Oh yeah!
Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate. Today we're going to take a break from the tropical park and going to spend a little bit of time in the mythology park I started about 2 weeks ago, I suppose. Actually, before I started the tropical park. So, let's go ahead and jump into it. There it is. Hey Maria, welcome. Haha! Oh yeah! Okay, so as you might remember, we have oh, it's starting to rain. We have a flying coaster. We have this old aero looper that I built, teacups, and this kind of spinning ride sort of thing. And then just a couple facilities. We made a very small, sort of spruced up entrance that we'll probably end up redoing at some point. We could even... Oh, look at that. This is actually, in this case, it is right up against the edge of the map. So, kind of nice. We're maximizing our distance here to the edge of the park. So you don't have to tear up stuff and kind of shift everything backward. So this is a very bare bones park. I didn't get far with it when I had started it. I don't know, I guess about 2 weeks ago. But I wanted to spend a little time in this. I have a couple ideas, and I really need a break from the tropical park. I mean, I've been working hard on that, and I'm starting to kind of hit a little bit of a brick wall in terms of ideas and creativity and stuff like that, as I've just been trying to redo so much stuff. So this will be a nice little change of pace. It'll give us the opportunity to explore some other scenery bits and stuff like that. And I think the mythology one, other than the generic Planet Coaster one, this is one of the more expansive scenery themes and stuff in the game. Oh, that's right. We get the chill Greek music, people eating. What do we have over here? So we have bathrooms. That's a pip shot juice. These, I believe, are... Yeah, those are guest service desks. What else do we have? Is this part of the scenery? Oh no, that's the pip shot juice counter. Okay, we have a staff room and some solar panels back here. Hey, Rhett, welcome. Good to see ya. And then, of course, we've got the little tracked spinning, and then teacups. We have this here. Nobody's on it. Oh! Well, yeah, look at that. The path is split. No wonder. Easy fix, just delete a section. There we go. Is this open? Yes, it is. Okay. Fairly new ride. And then you go over here. Oh, look at that. The supports are going through the bridge. That's kind of weird. Really have done very little other than create a few rides and, of course, a couple shops. This is the flying coaster. This was Icarus Redeemed. This was the first coaster in the park that I built, and it is based around the story of, or the legend of Icarus, who wanted to learn to fly, so I think it was his dad in the story took a bunch of feathers and wax to make wings so he could fly, and he learned to fly until he got too close to the sun and fell into the ocean. In this case, the redeemed is he is able to fly again, and gets really close to the ocean a few times, but is able to make his way up and around until he returns safely to solid ground. So, that was the inspiration for this here. Not a bad coaster. 6.3 on the excitement. Decently intense, and low nausea, which is what we want. I have not played in this park since Update 6 came out. So I think what we could do is add something for ride photos and maybe potentially a gift shop. I remember when you built this, I was watching... Excuse me. I was watching your stream. It was the first stream I watched. No kidding. I'm glad you remembered that. I would not have remembered that that was the first one. But yeah, that was a lot of fun building that coaster. It was a lot of work. Yeah. You've been with me that long. Oh, I'm glad to have you around. Okay. So let's just see... Unique attractions, that's what the lowest is. We just need to add one. Get the next star, that'll get us a boost. Quality of attractions in your park is kind of low. The scenery rating is low. The reputation is good. Of course, with time, that will all... excuse me. That will all come up. I really do like this Mediterranean kind of base map that they give you. Of course, park boundary out here. So you can't go down that way, but over here you get a good view of the sea. And you have some nice rolling hills. It's actually more flat than the tropical one. And you might have thought the other way around. When we get this corner here, there's a bit of good scenery out toward the back of the park. Okay, we do have access to this highland up here. And... oh wow, it goes far back. Okay. So we start roughly center. Yeah. Alright, so first things first. What I suppose we could do is look at... I think it might make sense to, Is there only buildings? Do we not have... facility shells. Okay, interesting. So that's where we can add the shops, the guest facilities, and the staff rooms. Statues, centerpieces, security, fences, archways, park scenery. Really? Thought that would have come up. Dang, you've been growing quick. When I started watching you at like 60 subs, now you're up to 91. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm actually quite surprised at, you know, at how much this has grown since I've just been doing Planet Coaster in the last, really about 3 weeks. So that's the archway. Uh-huh. So that's kind of like the park entrance. And it looks funny with Poseidon on top of it. Now, I thought there was a separate section in here for... Unless they're in here? I don't think they are. No. Because, I mean, of course we have our generic entrances. And stuff like that. Like the ferry and then just the basic park entrance and the entrance gates and stuff. Yeah, so I'm not really sure. Oh, this guy just goes around and sings. Ha! Okay. So we can build out this way, or even toward the back here. Or we could build out toward the center. Unlike the tropical park, I really have planned nothing for this. In terms of layout and what kind of themed areas I would want to have. So, this is more just kind of for fun to mess around with stuff as opposed to really trying to sculpt a nicely organized park, although it would be nice to try and take some of what I've learned doing the tropical park full-fledged to make this one workable and improve upon, you know, the skills I've learned in this game so far. The guy's funny. Oh yeah, he is. Okay. So with the weather pleasant, I suppose... Yeah, I suppose a nice pool would be in order. We want to customize. We could do white tile. We could do sandstone edge. We could do terracotta. Yeah, we could do sandstone, I suppose. So we could do a stamp builder, or we could do a line builder, or we could just do the draw tool. I kind of want a curved pool, just to start. So maybe what we'll do... He's doing his best. He's not bad. Let's do a pool. Hey, that guy back there. Wow! Oh, that's not too bad, I suppose. Ouch! I just bumped my knee on my desk. Ow! Okay. I'm not sure that this is gonna be kind of a permanent... Now, you know what? I don't like the way that encroaches too much on that. That's a fairly large pool, too, so maybe we'll redo it. Maybe slightly smaller. Maybe we'll start the curve over here. And have it... That's a bit better. Look at that, just kind of miscellaneous water that's kind of bubbled over there. Let's get rid of that. So we'll clear that out. Just a very quick kind of flatten. There we go. Okay, people are getting in line for that. That's good. And then, ooh, with the path tool, we could try the draw again to widen that pool deck. This is always where it gets a little wonky. Oh no, you know what? We can't do that because if we do, it will path over the entire pool. Everything inside. Okay. We may have to do... Yeah, that's not too bad, I suppose. Really? What's up with that? Alright, let's try this. Are you kidding me right now? That was kind of weird. Alright, I do want to be careful to not stamp over any actual portions of the pool itself. See, yeah, these are starting to go crooked, so it's gonna take a couple extra. I mean, we could try that with a straight line. This is... It's kind of nuts. Hey, Ty-Star, I'm doing well, you? Did that mess that up? Can't tell. No, it did not. Alright, good. And again, gotta kind of stamp out some of these. Okay, now we've got this side here. Just got up for your nap. Nice. I don't tend to take naps, but after I ate, probably about 3 hours ago, maybe even almost 4 hours by this point, I nearly fell asleep on the couch. Gotta return to the work mines. Oh, man. Yeah, make sure you get enough rest. I feel like that edge... It did. It got kind of segmented a little bit. We might fix that with the rounding tool. Of course, if we ever want to modify this pool deck, it's going to be quite a challenge because of all the stamps we've had to use. Alright, let's go into the rounding tool. Turn this down. This is a trick I learned. Often strength 1 or even 2 works more effectively than if you turn it all the way up. Well, in that case, that actually was fine. That actually squared it off. That did too! Well, maybe we'll just tie the entrance in from there. Something. That's good there. Yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think that came out fine. What? Just... That's not a pathing tool. I probably need to use the actual rounding tool on the pool. That's not doing anything. Okay. Ah, whatever. Alright. What we could do... Let's just stamp that corner. And then what we'll do from here... That looks good. So we'll tie that out that way. Let's see, we do have guest service desks. We need some changing rooms. So what I suppose we'll do, we'll add a few of those. Staff facilities, I need guest facility. There we go. Hey, Brawl Mike, welcome. Put a ladder there and it will look intentional. I had the idea of doing that, actually. Just of putting something there to kind of cover it up, or to maybe make it more, you know, look more like design. Excuse me. Or maybe should we move that over here? Maybe not so far. Yeah, something like that should be okay. Okay. Changing room. Those actually have snapped into place pretty well. Wait. Oh, that looks even better. Looked like a minor change, but it's actually better that way. Yep, those are our restrooms. Okay. There's a ladder. I suppose we should add a few more, kind of in some various areas. Maybe same, you know, roughly the same arrangement on this side. And some sun loungers. And what should we do for a color? Oh, maybe tan actually fits pretty decently. And then maybe kind of in this area where it's a little bit wider, we could double up. There's one more on that end. We could even, honestly, we could triple up here. Pretty good arrangement of chairs. All right. Let me just look at something real quick. Okay. Alright. I was thinking of something for a little bit later. This is only swimming depth. But you know what? I think it's okay. I've seen people use the low boards. And the cool thing is you can color the diving boards as well. Ugh, I'm not a big fan of that, though. Oh, that looks even worse. Good lord. What about gray? Why'd it change back to orange? Maybe a couple over here. Try to get them oriented roughly in the same direction there. Perhaps we could do a full-fledged diving board. Or diving pool at some point, like I did in the tropical park. I've done that in a couple other parks. So, I love springboard diving. I did that back in my high school days. And I never did the 3 meter, although I did a lot of 1 meter. Well, actually, those are the 2. So I should say I did only the 1 meter. Plenty of, and that was exclusively what I did. For some reason, I tend to have pale green as my go-to. Let me check that out. Like this tea green color. Oh, pale green. I see it right here. Yeah, that's not my cup of tea. But, hey, you know, to each their own. It's cool you can customize it. If somebody wants black diving boards or red or something like that, it's awesome that they gave the ability to change it. And one of the updates, I think it was update 4, that they allowed the pool tile and the watercolor to be changed. That's such a good feature. It's really nice that they did that. I think most of the diving boards, like actual competition diving boards, are more of like a, they're like a teal, no, not even that, kind of more like this, no, a little darker, and a little bit more of a green hue. Kind of like that. For TCSU, I was going to go with purple, but that park doesn't have diving boards. That makes sense. Not all of them do. Don't know if I'm going to put diving boards in the new park. I like to add a few. Yeah, look at this. People are taking these chairs. Already getting changed and filling up, and the crowd is going up, and the rating is already going up. I'm happy about that. Let's get some lifeguards. How? That doesn't cover half the pool. So we need a... I think what we'll do is one They're kind of like that. And... oh, come on. Yeah, it's fine where we had it. This pool should have 100%. Yep, there we go. Great. So this is ready to go. Out of all the water parks I've been to, only one has had a regular swimming pool. Wave pools, lazy river, splash pools don't count. I would agree with you on wave pools and lazy rivers. I'm not sure what you mean by splash pool. Like a, are you talking about like where you come down off the end of like a inner tube slide or something? I'm assuming that's what you meant, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, splash pool at the end of the water slide. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I haven't been to many water parks, but the ones that I have been to, a couple of them, yeah, kiddie areas, I don't count those either. A couple of the ones that I've been to do have regular swimming pools. One in particular actually did have some slide exits, so it was roped off, and so swimmers were not allowed beyond the ropes, but the other portion of the pool was open for anything, basically. So it was kind of a nice arrangement that they had. Okay. I kind of would like to expand a little bit here. Souvenirs is always the lowest. Energy's a little bit low, but there are no changing rooms. How will I get in the pool? Well, there are now. Okay. Starting to get a bit of a crowd. Look at these stairs. Boy, those are wonky. They look, well, I mean, they're level, but they're kind of cut off that way and stuff like that. It's kind of wonky. Gotta go eat and leave the stream on while I'm gone. Alright, I appreciate it. Enjoy your food. Got anything, anything in particular you're planning for a meal, or? Ooh, I do like the strata rock. This must be unique to this map. Water's so clear. Oh, that looks really nice. Yeah, I love this style of rock. I don't think this water's too deep. It actually gets a little deep in some spots, but not. It does a little there. I actually experimented off stream one time. I might have been in the Tropical Park in one of my early days. Hold on. Do I have... No, that's some weird artifact going on. Because it's showing up on my stream screen as well. My OBS software. It's just a weird artifact. At first I'm like, I think I have a dead pixel on my monitor, but it's not, because it was going away. And the fact that it is showing up on the OBS capture means it's some sort of a graphical bug. Not a big deal, I was more curious. Okay, let's try to get all this grass out of the water. That's a bit better. I almost feel like this water area might not be quite big enough. I feel like it should expand out further over. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's okay, but I mean, the concept of Icarus, he was flying over the ocean, or the Aegean Sea or whatever. And a lot of this coaster is still over land, not counting like the islands. I mean, this is over flat land. Raw Mike, with this coaster, I lied, I told you, because I remember you mentioned it one time. I think it was you. I unintentionally lied. I forgot, because you said doing the split stations. I only did that with one coaster. I've actually done it with two. I did it with this one, and then one of the launched coasters in I think in my Viking park. It really is a cool trick, especially when you have the multiple trains, because my idea for doing it with this is it sucks being stuck on the brakes, hanging upside down for an extended period of time, and it's not comfortable. Because the seats don't lower back into like the regular position until you get into the station. Like that there. I don't know why this is taking so long to load. It's bad dispatch time. Let's turn that to 30 and see, but I don't want them stuck. Oh, this ride actually doesn't have a mid-course. Interesting enough. I love the layout on Icarus, and it really does help move people along having two stations. The biggest thing that I've found doing the two stations, especially with this ride, because there's no mid-course, you're not stuck sitting here for a long period of time. Of course, we had to adjust the dispatch times and stuff. But you don't have block break, and station waiting for them to load and everything and unload. And that actually does help with the excitement rating too. And yeah, I have to say I'm really proud of the layout on this one. This one was a lot of work. So, of course, starting out right immediately into the pretzel loop, which I like that because it kind of gives the feeling that you're going to tumble into the ocean. or the sea. That's why I thought about expanding the water out. But then you get righted up, and little bit of banked turns, little spots of airtime. You've got the overbank, you've got the 0G. And I think there are two. Yeah, there are two. They interlock. So you get the one, then you curve around, dive into the tunnel, into the second corkscrew, and then the 270 helix up into the final brakes. This is a really fun layout. This was a lot of fun to build. It was tricky, but it was very fun. So I'm going to wait for a little bit and just kind of focus on kind of some behind the scenes. I do want to check out the sandbox settings for this park. Okay, so everything is on. Yeah, okay. Wish they'd fix Planet Coaster 2 to exclude the lift hill and final brake runs when determining the excitement rating. You know, certain portions of the ride are excluded. I thought the lift hill... I thought the lift hill is excluded. Oh, see, that's what happens when we make the dispatch too short, is that they're just stuck on the lift. That means we might actually need to turn up that a little bit. You're not going to lose too much speed through that portion of the ride, I don't think. So pop of airtime, a dive back down toward the water. I feel like it loses a little bit of speed up in the 0G. It's not meant to be super fast. Even what's the top speed? I think it's like 58. 59.9. Okay, I was close. Decent drop minimum. What? Oh, that doesn't... Where does this experience -4? Like, that's ridiculous. Oh, it's gonna take a run on that, though. What up, bro, man, dude, or cookie? This park looks gnarly, brother. Keep on keeping on. Let's collab. DM me. Yeah, we'll reach out at some point. Yeah. I've even thought about opening up my parks for other people if they want to kind of mess around. I don't care. It'd be fun because I guarantee you there are people that can build stuff better than me. So, I'd love to have that. But yeah, I'd hit you up for that at some point. I do need to see somehow how this can track. I don't understand how you're getting -4 on... I don't think it's right here because it's not going that fast. It could be. Maybe there? Maybe here? I really don't know where in the world this coaster would have -4 Gs. That's insane. Like anything... I think anything below -2 can actually become a little bit dangerous. So extreme positive Gs, of course, what cause people to black out or gray out. But for a very short time, you come right back out of it, whatever. Red out, on the other hand, with too high of negative Gs, can actually cause, like, trauma. You have any, like, blood vessels or something like that could actually... could break. So, I don't understand. I don't want to start the test, because that might close the ride. Okay, we'll see it here. Because I really am curious about that and see if any of this needs to be reprofiled. But overall, the fear's not too high. really don't get it. We'll see when this starts rolling here. 3.7, that's about normal. Minus, oh, it could be because of the pretzel loop. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But that just doesn't sound right. That's a really good 0G roll, actually. That is taken at a good speed. Little bit of floater. Bit of floater. That's where the maximum is. That's a bit intense. A little bit of flowjector over there. Let's just see the speed. It's going 58 at the bottom of the pretzel loop. I don't know how that really compares to... I think if we reprofiled anything, it would likely need to be that right there. Because that is really intense. Kind of going up into that hill off the overbank. I really don't want it to go above 4.5 to maybe 5 at the maximum, but whatever. Aegean Cyclone. This is... I tried to build this pretty typical of a of an old school aero looper. Just basically how that has come out. This was a cheesy, easy coaster to build. Nothing too special. I don't even remember the... Yeah, it's below 4. It's mild. It's got a couple fun moments in the inversions there, but this didn't come out how I wanted it. That may not be a keeper in the long run. What is the prestige? Oh, it's established. Okay. Well, it's got a good ride experience, and the scenery is bringing it up, so that should probably do fine. That's gonna go old, and it will probably get removed at some point. We've got people using the pool, that's good. Kind of want to expand out into the middle of the map, kind of like I did with the tropical park, and work on just a large water park area out here. And I mean, there's such good theming for the mythology water stuff. Do the Trident, the Fountains, Medusa. Ha! All the stone guests. That's really cool for the theming and stuff. In fact, one thing we're going to do today at some point is a new roller coaster. And I want to open it up. It's going to be a B&M, but there's a couple options that I have in mind for it. We could do a sit-down traditional, this is like the Hulk, Wildfire, Kumba. We could do a floorless, which is like the real-world Medusa coasters. And I want to use the color scheme on Medusa at Discovery Kingdom and the old Medusa paint style at Great Adventure. That green and orange they did, I don't like it. I don't think it looks good. However, the theming around it, they built like the old western town upon the basis of some like cursed spirit of Medusa or something like that, is kind of cool. Not a hyper. We could do a stand-up. Possibly. I don't think an invert makes much sense because we already have a flying. So I think it would be between floorless, sit-down twister, or a stand-up. Alright, you know what? Yeah, these things are still sitting at the top of the lift hill. 6.5, that's actually better. Where do we need to go here? Let's turn that up. I wonder what would happen if we bumped the friction up. Maybe it would take the G-forces down just a little bit by slowing the ride, but I don't want to do that in case it struggles to make it up over any of the hills or any of the inversions. I would prefer to avoid that if possible. But we can do this now that we have the update. Haha, that's not right. Well, the easiest way to figure out, because that's bugged. I don't know, whenever we do a maintenance interval, we'll do a few test runs. And we'll figure that out. So do we want to go out this way for another coaster? B&M wing coaster themed after Pegasus. Wow. I like that idea. We might do that. We might do both. I thought about adding 2 coasters. I do want to focus on some water attractions for the meantime. So maybe what we can do... Maybe we'll do a dive pool. And we can attach it. I think it would be good to try to keep everything in the water park area connected. That might mean we need to expand, because that's not going to be significant enough of a like water park entrance, because you get more stuff back there. This is going to get jam-packed crowded. So let's actually do this. Let's build back here and just kind of connect everything. Merge needs to be on. Three high boards. Four low boards. And a small lifeguard chair will be totally sufficient for that size pool. Is that lined up? Do a little something like that. We could also pave over all of this in the middle. Now there's a diving pool for people to enjoy. We'll do some water slides out here in the middle. No souvenir shops. Oh, you know what? We probably need a we need some trash cans. Oops. Come on. Is that lined up okay? Would be cool to add the labyrinth of the... What? I don't know why that didn't connect. Oh, there we go. Not connected. Oh, it is connected. Okay. Yeah. There we go. It'd be cool to add the labyrinth of the Minotaur to the park. I wish they had, like, corn maze rides or... not rides, but attractions or something like that. RCT2 had them. I don't remember if 3 did or not. But now we've got a nice little splash emporium. Send the pickpocketers to the labyrinth so they can get lost there. That's funny. That's actually a pretty creative idea. Alright. And we can add... Yikes. Toitelli, that must be the Plenko word for toilets. Okay, so there are a couple garbage bins over there, but we probably need them kind of in some other areas. We have a couple over there. Yeah, we've got one over there. Maybe back there around that corner or something. Garbage cans look like you can find some septums and gens. Yeah! I like the Skyrim reference there. We'd have to go back to the Viking part for that, though. Well, yeah, I mean, you could actually possibly consider that like the Oblivion or something. That's funny. Yeah, we probably need to put one there. Are we short on power? We may be short on power, actually. So that sounds like what we should do is go in and add an additional solar panel. And take the staff path. We can clean that up later. Okay, yeah, that has power back to it. Is there anybody on it? Oh, they're running empty trains. Alright, so let's do this. Send it into testing mode. There's nobody in line for it. So it's a good chance to... Let's turn the friction up and just kind of see what happens. That maybe makes it a little bit less intense. Yeah, 20-second delay. Yeah, no, the G-force still peaks. Watch the positives come up here. And into the finals, and when it pulls into that last station, we'll see. .5. That... Oh, that's not right, because that's counting it going from the two stations. Hey, Shem, welcome. Is this the one with the flying coaster? Yeah, this is the flying coaster itself, right here. That's bugged. Yeah. Yeah, the spikes are pretty much still the same. it's probably a tiny bit less forceful. And the question is, too, what... Oh, the speed, it was a negligible difference. Yeah, so that's about the same. That's a tad bit lower. I don't know. Alright, let's get a refurbishment. And then we can open it. $8. Could turn the cost down a little bit. What's the cost for that ride? 3. Yeah. No priority pass. Nobody's going to this pool back here. We'll probably connect it when we build some other stuff out over this way. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm kind of thinking about changing the path style. I mean, you've got the mosaic. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Ride has been refurbished. I think now what we'll do is go in and take a look at adding a camera. Okay, now it's... Why is it doing that? I can't understand why everything's like zeroed out, although down through here it did kind of change a little bit. But then it zeroed out before it got to the top of the lift hill. So I think we actually need to run a train through it again. So we have... you know, adequate test results for the camera placement. The other thing we could do is pull the track map, the heat map on the track up. That would be a little bit tricky to analyze. We'll wait for that to finish out and then see if we get any different results on that. There we go. Okay. Maybe right here over the water, right before you go up into that corkscrew. It'd be cool to spruce that up with some scenery or something. But I'm thinking at a location where it interacts with the terrain would be... it's a little bit low there coming out of the corkscrew. I think maybe that dive down. This is probably going to be one of the best places for it. Takes the pictures for car 1 kind of far back, but then that's... Ah! What if we do that there? How does that come out? Oh, the camera's underwater. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, those red photos aren't going to work. They don't look right. So, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to work with this. I was going to say, I haven't seen on-ride photos on a flying coaster before. Let's get this thing back open. We'll draw some people out that way. It is a little bit of a walk out here, so I think if we added some sort of other ride or facilities, that would kind of help bring attention to this area of the park. Let's look and see. We can go through and select something. I think there's quite a few options with the mythology themed rides. We have that. We have that. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Gonna add a top spin. Call it Dionysus. I think he's like the trickster god, if I remember right. He's one of the ones that I'm less familiar with. But I think he's like the trickster god and the one of like food and wine, you know, having a good time and stuff like that. So I personally don't have a good time on these things. The one time I rode it, it made me sick. Oh, but take a look at that though. That's really cool theming. You've got the fountains and everything there. So the entrance and exit are included. The exit is attached. We just need to build a... Oh, there's some sort of a speaker attached to this. Turn merge off. Angle snap. I don't want it to connect with path. Yeah, we can do that there. Alright, the question is, where's that speaker? I think I want to turn that off. Because that is not very... kind of... Not saying it has to be like happy-go-lucky music sort of thing like that, but this just... It doesn't fit the intended theming of the ride. Oh, the cool thing about it is it does splash. Now, where is that speaker? It's got to be somewhere over here. Those are lights. Speaker wouldn't be in the water anyway. Is it possibly attached to the ride? Or does it just... Oh, it's built into it. Okay. Wait, no it's not, because the music is still going. No, it's not. Never mind. That's the ride making noise. Okay. Yeah, it was the ride itself. Yeah. I should have maybe considered that first. But I don't remember these rides generally having music set on them by default. But that's cool. That's drawing attention. Still nobody wants to go diving. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What if we start expanding over here? I want to do... We might do that wing coaster a little bit later on. I'll make it rid of that. I don't know. That's just kind of a... Yeah, people are barely even getting... Oh, maybe because it was, like, broken down or something. I don't know. I think they have music when they get themed by Frontier. Oh, okay, yeah, that could be the case. I don't remember if this one did. The teacups did not. Look at the line for that, though. Wow. 6-minute wait. We might want to move that at some point here. What about a nice lazy river? And then we start kind of developing the water park area. Got a lot of land on this map. A lot of flat, open land. A lot of opportunity for some cool landscaping and stuff. Also, I think I should come up with a better park name than Ancient Greece. Or do we want to do water in maybe this area out toward the corner and use everything else out here for coasters? We may do that. We can keep that now just to keep people busy. There'd be a theme for it. I think we'll do a river rapids ride at some point too. Or a log flume, or both. I've got to really come up with some ideas. I haven't really thought much about what I want to do for this park though, as I mentioned. The wing coaster would be really cool to have it go over the park entrance, but this is in the way. That'll have to go before we do that. Or have to put it in another location, but I really like the idea of the wing coaster going over the front. You could do that with any type of coaster, honestly. But if we did that, this would have to either get moved or just go away. It's not a great coaster. This one was one that I was really proud of. This one, not so much. Let's take a look at guest heat map, just see kind of how everybody is. There's a few people that are unhappy. But overall, the mood looks to be pretty good. Well, a couple people were cranky because they were stuck on the ride. Ha! Entertainment is good. Hunger is okay. Thirst is okay. Restroom is generally okay. It's a group of red, but everybody else is green or yellow. Nausea is fine. Energy's okay. Panic is okay. Souvenir is okay, not great. And yeah, there are a few people that got sunburnt. But yeah, overall it's not bad. Okay. So we've got two options. We could do the water park in the middle of the park and kind of build a ring around it, or we could do the water park out toward a corner. And yeah. Maybe I'll open that up for a vote. I'm gonna try some of these polls. Give that a run. And then I'll probably open that up for maybe another ride type or something like that. I'll let that run for a few minutes. I feel like we could spruce up the entrance with like some different types of fountains. Statues and centerpieces. Pegasus on top of that. Pegasus on top of that. Poseidon on top of that. Medusa. Another Medusa. Somebody got turned to stone. Question is, where is Mythology Centerpiece 1? Ha! That's it. Oh, that's pretty. That's like, Hera or Athena. So, if you're not really familiar with Greek mythology, to keep in mind, there, of course, there's a ton of gods and goddesses and stuff like that, and they're very much like personified and think like people. But the thing is, unlike in a lot of other like mythology or polytheistic, and certainly the monotheistic religions like Judaism and Christianity and Islam that only have the one god. The gods in Greek mythology and the goddesses and stuff like that are not perfect. Like, they make mistakes and admit to such. And so they have very much human characteristics. And Athena is generally considered to be more, one of the more benevolent ones, but she certainly has her fair share of misdoings. So, but I wanted to theme something around Athena somewhere. That would make for like a really pleasant, enjoyable sort of experience. But I think what I want to do, kind of, and I might just do this as a tribute, is do 2 statues. I really don't like this one of Pegasus. It's just way, I think, in the front of the park, it's just way too generic. So what I thought about doing is taking one of the fountains. Like that. Or like that. Let's actually try something here. We could have this nice marble statue of King Coaster. And what we could do... Oh no, because we can't even see it. Whoa. Ah! Did not mean to do that. And you've got a few different options too when you place the different statues. Maybe what we should do here. That nice marble statue. Is he centered on the piece? It looks like he actually is. Congratulations to King Coaster. He's now a Greek god. And then what we'll do... No, he's definitely not centered. That's actually worse. That's what I ask for a promotion at my job. how do we move that? Or... is that just automatic? I guess that's okay. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time with that. And then if we really wanted to, we could duplicate it. And get rid of the King Coaster on that one. And... there she is. And now we've got Queen Splash. And then we could redo that. Or just move them. We kind of redo this entrance plaza. And I suppose until we figure out exactly what we want to do with that's just a fine location for now. That'll help kind of boost the scenery rating. Alright, we've got 3 votes in. Looks like in the front corner wins. So, what we'll do is clear some of these trees out. And we have this whole area here designated for a water park. So that means any coaster that we do, we would certainly have to remove this and build it kind of out over here, perhaps as a start. Give it like an out and back layout of some sort, and have it come up over the entrance. So we'll plan on that, and I think, Bromike, your Pegasus wing coaster idea, I think that's brilliant. And we'll do that kind of in place of this, and have it come out over the entrance once we redesign that. I think we're going to need a longer line for this ride. Okay. I'm going to do one more poll. I'm going to do a B&M coaster themed off of Alright, and one more. And while that's running, let's actually take a look at the entrance and what we might be able to do. And we can't remove those trees. We'd probably get rid of the stagecoaches and just shift them back. And let's take a look at what type of park entrance gates we might want to, oh, we should switch to the mythology theme. Ooh. I like that, but I think it's too narrow. But what we could do is clear out, you know. We definitely could clear out, you know, a couple of the... Because as it stands, it's not really wide enough for more than one. This one here is wide enough easily to accommodate two. That there, that's the one that we already looked at. That's very narrow. We could do that for like a water park. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, look at that coaster station. That is quite cool. Oh, that's the one we just looked at. This one over here is more of a ruins of some sort. Wow. We might actually try to use those for, you know, something like a Gerstlauer. That would get rid of all three, so we probably need to set new ones up first before we... do anything like that there. Do we... That's pretty well centered, yeah. Okay. You know what? We could... We could move those. Probably to the sides or corners or something like that. Alright, well, if y'all want to vote on the coaster type, I'm going to give y'all a couple more minutes. I'm going to step away real quick, and when I come back, let's just say 3 minutes, we'll close the vote and build a coaster based off that. Okay, we're back. Yeah, we still only have one vote, so I guess we're gonna go with a floorless. Or 2 votes, actually. And, yeah, for whatever reason, when I clicked on it, it said only 1 vote. But both people voted for floorless, so we're gonna do a floorless. It seems like we should use this open kind of middle plot of land for that. Oh, look, somebody got a popsicle float. A raft. Oh, man. Oh, I'm glad to see at least a couple people are buying some floats. That's the, oh, yeah, it's back. No, over here. Okay. Well, look at that. There's actually a line for it. So that's a good sign, people to buy sunscreen and floats for the pool. But we'll definitely do a lazy river in the water park area over here. And we'll try to configure it as best we can for the lazy river to actually work. Okay. So, and I really want to do like a big kind of... I want to make this a big scale ride. So, being imploreless. Different type of station. Flip it that way. I wish that this had height distance. Because it'll let you do a angle snap, but it won't let you do a height snap. I kind of wish it would. Wait 1 second. Maybe something like that. I'm gonna build just that piece of track so we can see for coloration. Alright. The color scheme I think I'm going for. Oh, that's the car. Is gonna be like this bright purple for the supports, and the track come on. Is basically this kind of bright yellow slash maybe a tiny bit it's like a mix of yellow and a very faint, like light lime green sort of color. Oh, that's harsh on the eyes. May go with the purple for that. And then the crossbars. Ah! Keep changing the wrong pieces. There we go. So we could do that, or we could do that. That actually might look a little bit better. But we can change it at another point. And that's the color of the real world Medusa at Discovery Kingdom, and the original Medusa at Great Adventure before it got repainted blue and called Bizarro. And then, of course, again, it's Medusa. But it's that orange and green that I was talking about that I don't care for. I don't think it fits well. Like the legend theme that they created for the ride I think is pretty cool, but the colors just... no. I don't think they fit well. Hey, Boston, how are you? And then I believe the trains have like that lime green color to them. And what is area 2? Is it underneath the seats? Trains are something like that. So these are just the stock colors for Medusa. Close enough. The seats are always black. That doesn't change. in the game at least. So the channel's building stronger now. Let's go. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm good. Good to hear. And yeah, I'm doing okay too. Kind of just a nice, easy, kind of chill evening before we all have to go back to work tomorrow. Must say, bro, I really appreciate you streaming every single day. Yeah, it takes a toll, so sometimes I have to take a couple days off or something like that, but or a day here or there. But yeah, I mean, I try. We're gonna call it Medusa for now, and we'll really beef up the theming over here at a later date. So, what I'm thinking for the layout. Oh. Typical of Floorless. Give it a little bit of a drop. Yeah, it's full-on commitment to the fans, yeah. And that's a big part of why I try to do this as much as I can. But sometimes it gets to be a little bit tiring. You're a legend for that. I appreciate it. That would be harsh. And then... oh, look at that. That's angled down. So we may actually have to start the lift hill on a flat. Not worried about track supports right now. I want to make this big. 160 feet, I think, would be a pretty good. And let's take a second. There's a ton of supports. We'll clean all of that up. Oh, and you know what? I'd thought of doing a JoJo roll for this. Kind of in the style of, like, Hydra the Revenge at Dorney Park, which actually replaced the old wooden coaster called Hercules. So that's actually kind of fitting for that. So we could relocate the station, do the JoJo roll. You know what? It's not too late. We'll build backwards. Need to go into edit mode. Cannot place here. Does this need to be... Does it need to be flat? I don't want to have to delete this whole lift hill. Alright. Let's just do this. A few flat sections. And then we'll go into edit mode and delete. And yeah, that takes us that way. Now we'll go in, add one here, and it should let us okay. Alright, so that it looks like it needs to be banked down at about 11 degrees or so. Or pitched down, and a bank of about 50. I think we can do that from here. So what we would do in this case... Really? It will not let us do that. Okay. Alright, yeah, I guess we're starting over. Not what I wanted to do. So be it. Kind of flatten that back out. I totally forgot I wanted to do that for this ride. I'm going for something massive. I think 8 inversions, which would be kind of a record breaker for a floorless coaster, while still trying to keep it relatively realistic. Right hand JoJo roll. Make it as small as we can. And the train should roll into it without having to go down. If not, we'll fix that. As it gets pushed out of the station... Oh, yeah. That's going to be some really good hang time. So it looks like it's actually not banked down that much. So let's turn that off. Looks like maybe about a 9-degree bank. And how does that do? Okay, that's good. Let's go back into... And we could even bank it up a little bit. 6 degrees. Can turn angle snap back on now. Oh no, we can't. Alright, we straighten the ride out here. That's gonna be a little bit too snappy of a roll. So we'll do that. Now we'll do the chain lift. Let's get the standard. Let's get it up to about 160. Looks like it'll crest at 161? 162, okay. That's good. I think that's a good record. Alright, let's go into edit mode, get rid of some of these supports. And yeah, we'll have to recolor the ride. Shift those down there. Oh! Alright, that's good. Alright, what we'll have to make sure we do, well, we can move the whole thing. Turn angle snap off. Yeah, this will allow us to build outward without it really kind of interfering. I feel like that turn might be a little bit too tight. That's a bit better. And that is a tight turn through that roll. You know what? Let's check that. Because if the laterals are too high, I mean, it shouldn't be going more than like 15 or 20 miles an hour. No, it's fine. Alright. We'll lower that terrain as needed. We'll do a lot of landscaping in this area. That ride will have to get moved, I think, when we build outward for it. And that should be fine. Okay. Let's come up here. And I'm thinking like a 60-degree turn off of the left. Usually gonna have about a 20-degree. Let's get this thing dropping steep. Maybe like 35. I'm thinking if we could get like a good like 60 to 65 degree drop would be a really nice The vertical G is going to be a little bit too high right there. I don't know. But if we did something like that... Test it and find out. Alright, we've already got one inversion, and I'm thinking of pretty standard vertical loop, dive loop, 0G roll right out of the gate. You could even change the order of those and make this like a T shape. Could even speed the lift hill up if we wanted to. Might help with the pacing. That's a pretty smooth drop down though. That's over 5.5, yeah. That should be much kind of better rounded out. Then if we want to go in, we can bump that up. Oh, like 7. And we'll clean up all of these. Ah, don't do that. There we go. Of course, it's going to reset the test. We'll get all of these supports cleaned up at some point here. I didn't even notice what the peak speed is. We're targeting around 65. $66. And it looks like it peaks about 4 and change. That's fine. Alright, so from there, could do a large vertical loop. Yeah, that's way too large, one larger than the coaster. Could even try a custom loop here. It's got too much of a bit of a lead into that. Give that a shot. I'm okay with using the standard. How tall is that? 142 feet. That's a pretty good sized vertical loop. Wow. Yeah, 4Gs right at the bottom. Really good hang time up at the top. I think that's good. Alright. That doesn't look bad either. Let's just set that there and test. So we don't want the G's to go above 4.5. Coming out of that loop, it might be a little bit high. Comes to a crawl through the top of that. Doesn't even peak at 3. If we start banking this up, it'll go up. But that's not bad for a start though. Or if we go back to here and bank it upward a little bit more. We want to go with a little bit of a banking offset. Yeah, and that's about 4 Gs again. So that's actually a good entry into the dive loop. Which I want to do a custom one because the inversion piece spits you out 90 degrees from the way that you enter, and I want this to send you back closer to like 140 40 or so. Basically, you enter this way, and I want it to send you back out that way. So we'd actually probably have to offset this to the left and have it come up kind of like that. Then you'd rise into the 0G, some other type of inversion perhaps, and then kind of go from there. The track of the rest of the ride. So I'm gonna leave that for now. Of course, we lost the colors of this. Turn the price down for now. With that bright purple, we could tone that color a little bit more in the well, at a later time. Set that back that way. Okay. I did watch a tutorial on how to do custom dive loops. I'm not really sure that I understand it very well. Was about 20, so I think we want to bring this up to about 25. Start a little bit of an offset to the left. No, we needed to go this way. Should. It's about 35. Oh, and that gets to be a little bit wonky. How tall is that? That's okay. Here's kind of about... We don't want it to go that far curved over. Man. Yeah, this is tough. What is that piece here? 40? And it's banked at 50 degrees. I think here's about where we would want to snap it over. It's at 115. And then half loop down. Make that a bit bigger. Maybe about like that. Oh, that is a very weird looking. So then I think what we do, if I remember right, is going to be something like that. We might actually have to do a custom half loop for it to work. And you can kind of... Track limits are exceeded there. Kind of like that. I don't know. I think it's not whippy like a lot of the typical B&M dive loops. Smooth it a couple times. Let's just do a test run. Kind of curious how it would go. Probably smooth that piece there too. So good hang time at the top of that. Yeah, I don't know. That probably is going to need some work. So what I think I'm going to do is... We've got a couple options. We can turn and go up into the dive loop and just build a standard one for now until I can get more comfortable with building the custom. Or I can watch the tutorial again and kind of like mess around making them off stream, kind of get the technique down and then add one into this. So I'm really not sure what I would want to do with that at the moment, because I do like the configuration of this. I feel like this probably needs to be, well, let's see, because I feel like we're on track, but it doesn't have that kind of whip at the top, and then we're out of track limits. That could actually be... It's too straight. Yeah, it should be more of a gradual curve going into that. Alright. Yeah, I will... Kind of curious just to analyze, because that's a very smooth entry, and if you look at rides like Kraken, Kumba, I think the loop on the original Medusa is a little bit kind of more gradual into the entry, but Kraken and Kumba have, like, you go up and you're angled a little bit, and then it has a very snappy roll at the top into the actual half loop segment, and that's what I'm trying to emulate, and these do not do that. We would also need to put a fair bit of bank on that. Let me see if that's even possible with this. Nope, you can't smooth it, because it's it connects the two inversions. So, yeah, we're gonna have to go back to that. Man, I was hoping to figure that out. Okay. Still nobody in the diving pool, really. Well, so be it. I suppose for right now what we can do is kind of focus a little bit on this entrance. Oh. We'd have to build that back that way. That's pretty close through the middle. We can adjust that slightly. Well, that fountain isn't centered actually, so that's what we're trying to line up with that there. We can reconfigure that. I would say that's pretty close. Then if we want a stamp kind of right through the middle there. Nope, these are actually facilities. Oh, services, entrances, there we go. Wait. Do those... Seems like we would have to do kind of a separate one on the main path lined up. Kind of like that back there. Yeah, that's not bad. And then we do the same thing back on this side. Can delete those. For now, let's just temporarily move this all the way to the edge of the map. Far back as possible. There. Connect that. Let's just do this. Oops. Hey, Pepper Tree Villa, what's going on? Welcome. Nope. Tie that in like that. Doing some video editing for tomorrow night's show on our channel. Awesome. I'm trying to remember how I set this up over here. How far back? Don't want it branching out that far. maybe I gotta do those first. Not quite. Or, you know what we could even do? Let's clear all of that out. And then what we'll do here is just the select tool. Only paths. Duplicate. And now that's interesting. I don't know why that didn't copy over the way. Or let's go back in and try that again. Didn't expect it to copy that way. Yeah, it's a nice little trick. One, two. We could even leave that as like a little centerpiece. I'm not really sure. There we go. And then what we'll do, delete that, and then we'll go in. Oh, facilities, that's right. Oh, you're kidding me. Terrain. If we delete those there, that's fine. Gonna have to do that over. Level everything out. Delete that. Back in for the third time for this. Should work better now. Alright. Let's put the 3 of them here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now we can unpause it. Hopefully now the people will start moving. And they shouldn't be stuck. There we go. Okay. Now the next thing to do would be to delete these. And 1, 2, 3. Alright, there we go. Now we've got our entrance, plaza, gate, sort of thing. The gate set up. So now that that's taken care of, we could look at going to redo some of this. It's not even. We'll redo that too. Now look at that, that's got a massive line. Before we get back to this, I will do a little bit of looking into kind of how I want to set this dive loop up. Oh, you know what? I forgot something. Need some sort of an underground well or a water pump. We'll do that for now. Filtering rate, that's gonna be fine. I totally forgot about that. I was gonna say I can see the water starting to get a little bit dirty. Oops. This is still a walk-on. Look at the line for that. These people are really going on these flat rides. 12 minutes. Wow. And they'll pay 24 bucks for it? What in the world? That's why it's raking in so much money. And if we want to change the statue on the top, we certainly can do that. Okay. The next thing we should look at is how do we want to set our water park up in this corner here. I'm thinking potentially a lazy river, kind of more toward the front, because what this will do, it'll connect in a couple different kind of paths, or maybe one main one. You know, the main kind of park path, so to speak, would run out along this way, and we'll tie the water park in kind of there and have it go to each side and then to the back, the corner. So what I'm thinking possibly would be a lazy river. Alright, lazy river jets are on. Repetition 4. And maybe a width of 6 and swimming depth. We'll have an edge type. So let's do a straight line first, kind of for the entry. Maybe kind of like that. Now we can change to infinity. And curve. Turn angle snap off. Oh. Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some terrain leveling. Turn that all the way up. Basically need to... It's wild how much of that had to be adjusted. And look at this over here, it's more of a like a drop off. We can always adjust that later. Alright. Let's try this again. Straight with a path. Now we'll go into a curve. And we don't want to make this too large. Let's make sure all of that's on. Yes, it is. And connect it there, and we can demo the path as needed. But there's our lazy river. And that kind of signals our kind of start of the river. And then likely what we'll do is demo the path along the inside, but not yet. I almost have a feeling that might be a little too long, but maybe not. We'll shut that down. The question is that too long? Because we could... It's a good size to put some various, like, scenery pieces and trees, and we can even make a portion of it go through, like, a tunnel or something like that. I think it's probably okay. I mean, if you think about it, it's not really much bigger than that. What we can do is look at the capacity. 308, and that fits 227. So it is a little bit bigger, but it's probably fine. And of course we can theme it and everything, and we can add bridges to cross over if we, for example, want to put stuff here. And we should have room for other pools and water slides and stuff like that. The other thing, a wave pool, I think would be good to have. Wave pools often go good in the corners. So that actually has a pretty good number of people on it. Yeah, that's doing pretty well. You know what? I do think I want to shorten this. We'll have it maybe curve a little more gradually. So what we'll do here is go into paths, delete those, and then yeah, we cut that in almost half. Too steep, are you kidding? The terrain should be flat. No, that's not right. Alright, smooth over that a couple times. Let's try it now. Yeah, that's better. That's better. That's a little bit steep of a curve. River jets are blowing in the right direction. Probably need to take a few of these miscellaneous ones out, because they likely did not get removed. Alexander, welcome! How are ya? Can you talk in this? Yeah. Do we have any other miscellaneous? Oh, yeah, we do have a few. Looks like we're missing a couple of these in some odd segments. Yeah, and here's where a few of the old ones got removed. I wish when you deleted them, they automatically took out the old ones here. I'm doing okay, how are you? Alright, the question is which of these are good and which ones need to get pulled. I think that. Another one of these. Not sure if that was the right one. How's the stream so far? Yeah, it's good. I think it's a little bit of a quieter evening, which is okay. Kind of just a chill evening. Yeah, and then we have a few extra miscellaneous ones left here. I don't want to use the brush because I don't want to accidentally take out any of the... Oh. And that's all good. We didn't change any of that. Got a question? Yeah, what's up? And that holds 211. That's a better size, I think, for this. What is my best roller coaster? In a different park, the tropical one that I've worked on for a couple weeks, I have a hypercoaster. And I named it Mako 2.0 after Mako at SeaWorld Orlando. I built it in the style of that, but made it a little longer and kind of improved upon it. I think the excitement on that was like 8.3 in testing or something like that, so it was a pretty solid ride. Oh yeah, hypers are awesome. They're one of my favorite coaster types in the real world. I love inversion-based coasters as well, though. So I like a good floorless or, you know, a sit-down. Kind of like Kumba at Busch Gardens, Tampa, or... I haven't been on it, but Wildfire at Silver Dollar City. I've been on Kumba. It's been a long time. It's closed, and hopefully it's going to reopen soon. The park announced in the summer. Yeah, they're good coasters. Alright. So there's our lazy river, and as we kind of expand out this way, we can kind of set up exactly how we want. Heard of Yukon Striker at Canada's Wonderland? I have. I've not been on it. But yeah, that seems like a really good one too. Oh yeah, that's much better. How do you like it? I've heard a lot of good things about it, but some people have been a little bit critical of it. Leviathan, Behemoth, yeah, Leviathan's, from what I've heard, is really good. My home park is Carowinds, so I've got Fury 325, and it's incredible. It is probably my #1 coaster. Have I heard of Alpenfury? I have. Looks like that's going to be a really good one. Yeah, Fury is awesome. Okay. Can leave. Oh no, you know what? We'll move that because we're going to landscape through here. First element after the hill. Oh, the overbanked turn immediately. Yeah. Oh, you're talking after the hill, like the overbanked hill, the turn. Yeah, then you kind of dip down and swoop to the left and then right, and then you go up into the treble clef, which coming off the top of the treble clef is just insane airtime. It's incredible. I love it. Only been to Canada's Wonderland. Well, that's a good park. That is one that I would like to check out someday. Okay. Then I think from here we're going to do... Usually want to put the wave pool toward the corner, but what I'll probably do is round that over a bit. So maybe we'll do... We'll still do the wave pool toward the back of the map. Got a season pass, that's awesome. That's the way to do it. Curve it that way, and then that way. Can it make a B&M exam roller coaster? Not sure what you mean there. Oh, AXA? Like a 600-foot one? Like Falcon's Flight? Yeah, well, that's not really a B&M. I could try that, but not gonna do that right at the moment. Alright, and then I think I want this up to wading depth. seem good at this? Well, I don't know about that, but I try. Let's bring this up to shallow. Got 4 tiles. I don't want to make this too large. It's a good size pool, though. Can I give you a tip on how to be a good YouTuber? Have a good attitude. Engage with your viewers. Just takes practice, you know? Have a passion for what you're doing too. That's probably my biggest tip. Is if you enjoy what you're gonna do, people are gonna pick up on that and they're gonna be more inclined. So, are you do you have a channel of your own, or are you looking to get started, or what? Alright, let's see what we've got. Can bring that to shallow, actually. Oh, actually, we need to... Love playing Planet Coaster. I'm looking to get started. Well, yeah, absolutely. Give it a shot and see how it goes, man. Yeah, I think I already made that too large. So we're gonna go back to just the... Whoops. Yeah, so we're going to start back with the swimming section here. Go to stamp. And then we'll build up to... Hold on, that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. And we'll work on the curves, kind of widening the pool in a bit. What software should you use? I recommend OBS. There's a couple different programs. Streamlabs, Stream Elements does like features and stuff. I like OBS though. It's easy on resources, and like it takes a bit of time to set up, but it's pretty easy to customize. Do one more up to shallow. Let's undo that. That'll take 74 people, and when we widen it, it'll take more. We could even do a 4th round for swimming. 4th. Oops. Let's go with that. OBS it is, yeah. It's a good choice. I like it. I know what I'm doing? Well, I try. Go back and set that. And then from here, I think we'll delete those two. Because that's where we're going to round kind of out a little bit. We want this to round out kind of at an angle to maybe make it about double as wide at the back, or the front of the pool than at the back. So let's do 2 here. If I got good, would I ever collab with you? Possibly. I've got people asking me to collab for their parks, but I'm not a pro at this game. I want people to actually come into my parks and improve them in ways that I don't know how. Alright. Next thing, not diving. We'll do wading. And then we'll go back and stamp that over with... Oh, come on. Shallow. Not that good either. Oh! Don't worry about being really good at it. Just, you know, take the opportunity to just share. I've shared a lot of the stuff that I've learned just going through and playing. And, you know, you might get people to pop up in your channel that give you suggestions or tips or stuff like that. And try them out. If you like them, great. If not, then, you know, wait. At least you tried. And you can kind of see what else might, you know. It's all trial and error in this game. Gave some tips to a guy on the last vid. Well, that's good. I mean, that's a start. Alright. I think... Let's go with that. We kind of curve it out this way. Hey Rhett, welcome back. And then I think we want to go straight. I'd like to smooth that a little bit better. How is the park going? It's coming along. Slowly but surely, kind of working on the water sections. I kind of had to pause on the floorless coaster, because I want to try like a custom dive loop. What you saw, it looks good. I appreciate it. Alright. And then, now this is where I think it's going to get kind of tricky. Because what we'll do is go, yeah, floorless. B&M floorless. I started back over here. So, got the JoJo roll, the lift hill, the first drop, the vertical loop. And then, what I want to do is try to profile it so that you go into the dive loop and then come out more in the opposite direction rather than at a 90-degree angle. That's one thing. If you learn how to build like custom inversions and stuff like that, it can be really helpful. I am not good at that, so I usually just use the end-game track pieces. And most of the time they're okay. Some of them are not good. I don't particularly care for the dive loops, but it is what it is. So, yeah, watch tutorials on YouTube. There are a lot of good ones out there. Kind of... Ah! Oh, well, look at that. That helps. A little bit. Problem is, what we're going to have trouble with is changing the depth. Because we want the depth to scale. Or... oh, see, yeah, this is going to be tough. You could do that. I'd like it more of a straight line if possible. Oh, yeah, see, that's totally messed that up. (9 p.m.) That's almost 10 here. I'm on the East Coast, so... So I've got to figure out how to profile this to get it to... Gonna make of it 6 a.m. tomorrow? Wow. Alright. Let's actually try this. But you need a name. Okay. All my names suck when... when you do it. I mean, just try to be creative or just describe what you're doing, you know? Wouldn't worry too much about that when you're getting started. Customize brush. Texture and color. Okay, I think I see how we have to do this now. This is gonna be tough. So, of course, this all needs to be wading depth. So we're gonna stamp around each of these segments here, and they're straight drop-offs, which is good. That means, whoop, that not quite. We can fix that. We could do stamp grid. We don't want the grid. See how that's raised up? That doesn't help. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Alright, so this is where we would want it to transition. So let's do shallow. Okay. Now, so this is gonna be... This may be a real challenge. Oh boy. Height difference there is not right. Thinking about a name right now. Oh, that's not gonna be any good. I found one of the most difficult things to do is to get your depth to transition evenly with the other pieces. So this here is all shallow water, but it needs to curve when it goes to wading depth, but it won't scale downward. Yeah, right now. I figured that's what you meant. Okay. So what we might need to do is have it go in 2 different sections. Have it kind of tear up a little bit. So we do straight line, straight section, straight line. Unless we tried at an angle. No, because then it turns and doesn't line up. So it branches out there. You gotta go. Alright, hey, thanks a bunch for hanging out. Good luck to you. Feel free to come back and hang out anytime. Yeah, this is gonna be a real challenge to get that figured out. Might have to look into if there's an advanced method of doing that or something. Kind of pulling that off the way that I want to. See you next stream. Alright, man. I appreciate you. Have a great evening. Good luck with your videos and your channel. That shouldn't be swimming depth right there. That should be wading as well. And each of these should step down. So... Oh, gosh. Okay. That actually looks close. That's not going to be the tough... Alright, what we do now... Uh-oh. Yeah, I can see it kind of got cut off a bit there. Turn it down. And see it's... Oh my gosh. That's not working. We may have to demo this and just start over. Look at that, though. Sorry your phone froze. No worries. Happens. Now what happens if we turn merge off? Merge disabled, yes. It has to be on. Oh, you know what? It's for whatever reason this didn't line up correctly. Now that goes down right. Got a couple random lazy river jets remaining from... So we'll just get rid of the extras in here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I turned the wrong one off. Not sure what was going on. Back on your iPad, nice. So we have to do the same thing over here, I think. And the trick is going to be to figure out how to get it to go up to on that curve. That shouldn't even be open. Alright. We'll do waiting. Love how the pool is looking. Well, I'm glad you like it. I'm not totally happy with it right now. Turn point snapping and stamp grid. No, we need point snapping on, but stamp grid stays off. And then... shallow there. But that's not right because it doesn't transition downward. It does there. Man, what is going on here? It should not be just that drop-off like that. Man, we're having nothing but trouble with this today. I'll go to waiting, maybe. But it's not snapping to anything. Up to 94 subs when I started the stream, I was at 91. Yeah, I'll take it. That's awesome. Yeah, y'all are awesome. Like, that's a big inspiration for me to keep doing this, because I'm getting, you know, such a following with this. It's funny, I talked about this, I think, the other day. back before my computer crashed in January, and I went like 4 to 4.5 months without a working computer to be able to stream and everything. Most of what I did was flight sim, but my flight controllers, so my throttle and joystick and stuff, stopped working, and I ended up getting this game and getting into it, and at the, the release of the game, it was really rocky and everything. And, oh gosh, okay, this is gonna be a nightmare. I have to do the same thing over here. So, but most of what I streamed was flight sim. And eventually I'm gonna get back into that. That's really my bread and butter. That's waiting depth. See, it did that right. That needs to actually be shallow. This needs to be wading. And it steps down really steeply. But I've had such a good time doing this. Like, I'll go back to flight sim, but I'm not going to give this up. For sure. Have to go to bed, see you next stream. Have a great evening, man. Take it easy. See, if you look at the lines on this, I'm not keen on how this is coming out. I don't understand why there's such a steep drop-off right there. Yet, over here... Oh, it is steep right there. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to do that. To do, like, the curved. I think we'll have to straighten it. Swimming portion is good. It's the wading to shallow that is the real trick to figure out. Let's see, it's probably almost... Yeah, it's after 10. So we've got 4 sections for swimming. How much capacity? 167? I do like the straight lines, but I think we're going to have to do 2 straight, kind of. Do like a square, straight line angled, and then another square, straight line angled. Kind of. I'm not happy with that. That kind of sucks. Alright, so let's just start deleting. Alright, we've got that pretty even. This is the transition zone for depth. So we'd have to square it off. I think the stamps aren't lining up too. That could be part of the problem. Yeah, let's just start back from here. Yeah, we've got to redo the lines. Oops. Okay. I think I'm figuring it out. Now, let's not get rid of all of that, though. Alright. So that slope is correct. And that's 4 tiles of wading depth, 4 of swimming, 1 transition. So we'll transition to shallow here. Alright. For whatever reason, it's not lining up over here. That could be throwing the whole thing off. Does it have to do with the way the paths are set up? Those are all right. It's so weird what's going on with this. I don't understand it. Do another wading. Turn that up to shallow, and yeah. That's not right. That's right. I think it is the pathing, because look at how wonky some of that is. Should add that in after the fact, I think. Got some of those really wonky angles with this. There we go. Now that was... well, look at that, too. That's where we can angle off of. This is the center of the pool. I think we want 4 tiles back and then rounded. Alright, I think that's roughly the configuration I want. Now if we do straight line, That doesn't look too bad. Okay. Man, always creating these has been a bit of a challenge. That slopes right. That's good too. Okay. Oh, the lazy jets are in. We'll have to clear those out. Probably because the line builder is still trying to place them every so often. But yeah, it's 10:15. Yep, gone for 4 hours, so it's getting to be time for me to jump off for the evening. We'll finish this up whenever we return to the park. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue this park tomorrow or if I'm gonna do the go back to the tropical one that I've been working on. But yeah, this has been fun. It definitely needs some work, but it's getting there. Unless I forget. Save it. But yeah, we'll pick back up with this at some point. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. And as always, until next time, take care, stay safe, and we'll see ya.